Hello and welcome to the first talk in track 2 for today with Ruth Ikega that will present contributing beyond code in GNOME, about how you can contribute in other ways than writing code in GNOME.
Okay, hi everybody. Luna, can you confirm if I'm audible? I think so. Okay, so hi everyone, and I hope you've had a good time at GUADEC. I'll be talking on contributing beyond code in GNOME. I started contributing last year. I started open source contributions last year, so I'll be giving a talk about how a journey of like my contributions so far to the GNOME community. So yeah. So about me, I'm Ruth Ikega, and I'm from Nigeria. I'm a technical content manager at Animals. Basically, I do technical writing, and I'm also part of the GitHub Stars from Africa. So I'll be taking you through like a journey of my open source contributions with the GNOME community, a little bit of challenges I encountered while making contributions, my interest while I was contributing, and also how you can also help others that want to contribute beyond code, both in the GNOME community and then open source in general. So let me take you through like the story of how I started, contributing to, or how I found the GNOME community, how I started contributing to open source and all that. So there's this challenge then last year, that was July, here in Africa, called the Women of Open Source Africa Challenge. It was organized by, there's an NGO here in Africa called She Code Africa, and then there's the open source community here in Africa, OSCAR. So there was this challenge back in July about getting women to contribute to open source and be part of the whole open source, creating like a diverse system in open source here in Africa. So they brought about this challenge. It's similar to Hacktoberfest. So it's just like in the month of July, you get a number of pull requests in the month of July, and then you win a prize at the end of that month. So I participated in that challenge. I wanted to get involved in open source, so I participated in that challenge. And there was a launch for the first day for the challenge. So we did a workshop, and this picture here, this screenshot just shows a tweet I made out that day when I was able to like make a first contribution. And it got a lot of interaction. There was, I think, so many persons were congratulating, a lot of likes and thereabout. So it was pretty interesting, because then what I just did for this contribution was using the first contributions on GitHub. I just added my name, and I was still getting started with Git. So that was like my first contribution to open source, adding my name in that repository. So prior to like the whole challenge, She Code Africa had like a list of open source communities that people that were engaging in that challenge could get involved with, and a list of those communities was GNOME. So I joined in one of the projects, so which I'm going to be talking about in the next slide. So I'm going to be sharing some engagements I've had like with the GNOME community after starting that program last year in July. So when I got involved in the GNOME community, the first project I encountered was the Scalable Onboarding project led by Shri. and then Samson Godi was also part of that project. So when I found the project, and then I was just 3 months into learning Python. So, I wasn't really confident to start coding immediately. So, so this project was a really good one for me to get started with. So basically this project is about how we can make onboarding scalable in the GNOME community. So we're having a lot of interactions on Jitsi. That was like the video communication platform we're using at the time. So I got involved in the whole conversations, and then I was contributing and making ideas. We're trying to like map out how to make onboarding scalable with the GNOME community. And then while I got on that project, I also found out about, there was this project about the faces of GNOME. It was like a website where you would where would sample the past contributors of GNOME, right? So that was like another project too I got involved with, and was able to, share my ideas on how to improve the project. And also I got involved with the extensions rebooted initiative, also led by Sri. So Sri has been like shout out to Sri. Sri has been he's a typical gnome uncle, but then he has also helped me, he was there for me to like ask a lot of questions, because I was initially getting started with open source in general, not just and also tech in general. So I had to ask like a bunch of questions at the time, and Siri was always there to, answer those questions and help me understand something. So with these 3 projects, I was able to contribute like my ideas at that time, right? I was able to, contribute fluently, even without having to write code or contribute code. So I'm going to talk about some of the challenges and, some of the experience like I had contributing to this project. Yeah, so I'm going to share some challenges. So initially for the faces of GNOME, right? There was like I had to, add in my name to I had to add in my profile to as one of on the website. And then I had the issue with like using Git, because it was really, really very frustrating at that time, like setting up, Git on my computer, having to send in a pull request. It took me like a lot of time to understand, how these things work. So I faced a lot of like technical difficulties at that time. Also installing and setting up GNOME, I was like, I had a bad time like going through the documentation, trying to understand how to do this stuff. And then I was using like a Windows operating system, so it was pretty really hard for me installing and setting up GNOME on my system. And then there was like network bandwidth issue. So there were sometimes, because like I said, we had to use like Jitsi for video communication. So there were sometimes where I wouldn't be able to like connect because my bandwidth was like low, and then it would cut me off and all those other things. I also had like a lot of electricity problems. So these were like a bit of like technical difficulties I encountered while trying to contribute. Also, I faced like communication difficulties, which is like another really, really it was linguistic differences, where I'm trying to understand and hear properly what the other person is saying, because and for some of the platforms, right, you can't enable captions. So it was really hard trying to understand. And for the ones that the meetings were that were not recorded, I would take it would take a long time for me to grasp what the other person was saying. And then also there were like issues with understanding technical terms, social terms like acronyms that were like unique to the GNOME project. Also, I also had issues with like communication, because initially when I started, I did not understand that, that time zone lag. So sometimes when I had sent a message and it wasn't being responded to, I would feel bad. But then, over time I got to understand, okay, time zone time zone differs, right? So those were like some of the communication difficulties I encountered. So a bit of aside from my challenges, there were like a lot of things I loved, about sharing my ideas and contributing to GNOME. So basically, I loved, the whole community work, because then I had to when I shared my ideas, these ideas were heard, and it would like go a long way to impact communities, especially with the scalable onboarding project. We're like trying to see how, we would make onboarding, smoother for persons coming in. So it was a lot with community. So I was able to blend in. I was able to learn a lot while contributing, because then it's not just about setting up softwares or contributing a bunch of code. Not saying that it's not good to contribute via code, but also saying that community also matters with open source contribution. So I got engaged in a lot of community work, which was like really really interesting for me. And another thing I started doing was like I started, advocating for beginners, getting involved, because I had so many of these technical difficulties and, other difficulties coming up. So I started, advocating for like beginners that get involved in the whole process. And also another thing was like quality I could give to, the project. I'm part of the chaos badging project, where we give badges to conferences that are like diverse and inclusive. So being part of that project, I have seen how much quality impact we have been able to create, right? With that project, and pushing forward diversity, equity, and inclusion. So these are like some of the key things like I really enjoyed with contributing beyond code and contributing my ideas to the GNOME community. So yes, there were like rewards, and also there were like recognitions, with contributing my ideas, because it wasn't just about the code. There were also rewards. I got a lot of like recognitions, and I got a lot of rewards from just contributing my ideas and pushing forward like community work. So some of these recognitions was joining being part of the GitHub Stars program. So the GitHub Stars program, if you're not familiar with it, it's a program that is like sponsored by GitHub, where these are people like that inspire, educate communities around them. So I was nominated as a GitHub star, and eventually like got into that program. And as of that time, it was really very great me getting into it, because it was just like 5 months, I think 5 to 6 months after contributing to open source, right? And getting such recognition. I got like some swags from Google open source for like my contributions to the GNOME community and other communities that I am part of. And I also got like a first award from GitHub for all my open source contributions to the community, which like GNOME is part of those contributions I have made. So these are like amongst the aside from this, I also got some I was able to get a lot of gigs, get into a lot of like teams, to contribute my ideas, and the benefits keep coming up and coming up. So yeah, it's been like a whole lot. I think it's been 1 year. So this is July. So I started contributing like last year during the pandemic, July, and it's been with 1 year with contributing to open source. It's been like a lot because I have seen like so many like my career growth has gone up so much. Like I have had so many benefits with engaging with open source from the start of contributing from the start of my tech career. So how can you help? How can you push forward? How can you encourage those other persons that people in the community that do not contribute to the software or do not write code, do not how do you help those persons that are there to help others, are there to bring up ideas? How do you help them, and how do you encourage them to give forward, to keep pushing forward rather? So first, I would urge you to like recognize and appreciate non-code contributions in your project. Highlight those contributions too, because they are part of what makes your software. They are part of what makes your project. So you can make it a habit to recognize and highlight non-code contributions in your project. You should also like set up channels and pipelines to encourage people that do not want to contribute via code, right? You also be empathetic and in your communication and engagement, try to explain as much as you can, because you do not know if someone who is a beginner is in your community or in your talk at the moment. So try to explain more, try to communicate more, and try to provide like more context whenever you're doing any other thing as relating to community. So I will take any questions if there are any at this moment. So I don't know if there are any questions. Okay, I don't think
There
I
is
see any
currently no
additional.
questions in the share notes, but people feel
Okay.
free and put in some question for Ruth in the share notes.
Okay.
Now someone is typing a question.
Someone is typing a question. Yeah.
Frederica is typing. So. Would it help to have a GNOME-specific guide to Git contribution / a Git workflow?
Yes, it would really help. Like if that, because I think for me, I had to like Google a lot, right? And then there are a lot of like resources out there that can be sometimes confusing, right? There are a lot of resources out there. So if it would really help if there was like a specific guide, and a GitHub workflow for contributing to even a project, or it can be just specific to using Git generally, right? So I definitely think that would help, because I think one of my problems then was I opened up a lot of resources, and then it was so confusing because I would look from here and it would say like a different thing, and I'll look at this other resource and it tell me like a different thing, and then I'll have to like delete what I've done. Right? I didn't know I could just delete the branch. I just would just delete the whole project from my computer and start all over again, right? So if there would be a specific, because also if there's a specific one for GNOME, I think for people that want to contribute, they'll trust it more, right? And definitely it will be like the correct one. So yeah, I think that would definitely help.
We got in a second question as well. What has been your biggest motivation to start contributing to free software?
Okay, biggest motivation. I think I always have like this spirit to want to help others, right? Want to, because before beginning tech, I used to do a lot of social volunteering. So my biggest motivation is like helping others, helping others get through things, because then I started advocating for people that, were beginners in, were getting frustrated with contributing to open source. So my biggest motivation like has been like helping others get started, right? Helping others, because open source is a lot. There are a whole lot of benefits with contributing to open source. It helps you technically, and I have seen those benefits. So definitely I would want to bring other persons in. So yeah, so that has been like my biggest motivation. Okay, yeah, is there any other question? Thanks, Chrissy and Federico, for your questions.
Not currently, but we still have 5-6 minutes if people have some more questions.
Okay, so if you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me via at Kigarut on Twitter, or you can shoot me an email and ask any questions, any further questions you want to ask. And yeah, so thank you for listening to my talk. And let me see, I think okay, I thought there was a question. So yeah, so thank you everyone for listening to my talk. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Next up in track 2, we have Deb Nicholson that will have the presentation Hoops Responding Thoughtfully to a Crisis. The stage
Thank
is yours.
All right. Let me see if I can get the screen share correct. Oh. I seem to have lost the ability to share the slides. Hold on. Okay.
Hi, Deb. We can see your slides.
It's still got the ones on the side, but and I'm not sure how to do that. It won't let me choose the correct thing. No, not that. Oh shoot. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, thanks for coming to responding thoughtfully to a crisis. Chrissy, let me know if I am not moving slides and stuff forward. Let's see. Did that advance the slides?
We can see your presentation right now.
Yeah, you can or you can't.
No, we cannot.
Okay.
There is this plus button in the end of the screen.
Yeah? Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
click on that and you can upload the presentation there. Or you can share your screen. There should be a button.
Oh, okay. I'll upload. Thanks. Sorry about the delay there.
Problems.
Okay, so that's uploading. It's going to take 1 second there. It's converting the file. Oh, okay. It processes each page. So sorry, folks. I didn't actually think it was a funny joke to plan a crisis with my slides as the funny beginning of a talk about a crisis. Although it's a pretty minor one. So I'll talk a little bit and then we'll get to the slides when they catch up. Today I want to talk about responding thoughtfully to a crisis. Just so folks know, like, we're not going to be talking about earthquakes or anything huge. We're going to be talking about like kind of things like when your free or open source software project sort of fails, maybe in public or in private in a way that you have to tell people about for security reasons or for buy-in with your project and, maintaining transparency. Obviously nobody wants to have to deal with a crisis, but if you have responsibility within a project and you keep taking on responsibility, then eventually it will be your job to have to either be part of a team that responds to a crisis or lead the team that responds to a crisis. So let's see. Thanks. Yeah, not going for meta. All right, Chrissy, I clicked the thing and I have our I have the correct thing. What do you call it? Selected, I think.
Yes. Okay, so you can try to change the slides, I think.
Okay, there we go. We didn't get any fonts, so I apologize. We didn't get the fonts, but everything else is fine. Okay. Ooh, can I? Whoops. No. Oh. Okay. Some of the pictures will not work. Oh, this is going to be ugly, but we'll stay away from the interstitial slides. Anyway, so as I was saying, comet hitting the Earth, that's not kind of the scope of stuff we're talking about. Maybe something a little bit more serious than having a mess with your slides, but not terrible. So if you came to find out what to do when a comet hits the Earth, you're in the wrong talk. I'm sorry about that. I wish I also knew the answer to that, but there was only so much time in the day. So I'm going to focus on what I do know, which is when you're like, whoa, we have to apologize or we have to fix something pretty quickly with our FOSS project. So the first thing that I think is really important is to sort of know your project. You want to know who your project, like who's in your project, who your stakeholders are, who's going to be like upset when things go wrong or poorly or need fixing or need immediate response. And the other part of sort of knowing yourself is also like knowing what your values are. And oh, none of the pictures are coming in. Interesting. I'll put these slides up later and you can look at them. They were definitely going to be fun. But knowing what your values are is really key there. It's so for, oh, we get some. Okay. So for some projects, honesty is most important, trustworthiness. Some projects, it's privacy, it's security. Other projects, it's speedily responding to like a user disaster or an outage. For the open source initiative, and this is kind of where this talk was coming from, we had like kind of a mess with our elections. Our most important value is transparency. So we wanted to make sure that we did a lot of due diligence on information and that we maybe like overshared and overtalked if that's even possible. But you'll have to decide what it is for your project and what your own project's values are. Because I'll tell you, well, all right, we'll do that with the mouse. People will definitely remember how you responded during a crisis. The reason that is everyone's looking at you. As much as like sometimes when you're doing like nonprofit management or some of the less glamorous work behind the scenes at a FOSS project, you're crushing it. Like you set up an event and every single day there was exactly the right amount of coffee cups for the coffee. Probably no one noticed, no one said thank you. Nothing happened, like nobody mentioned it at all. But when you mess it up, they're going to notice. And so when you are responding to a crisis, it's extremely important to make sure that you think about your values first and lead with those values, because in some ways those crises can be a defining moment for the way that not just your internal but the external community sees you and your project. So the first thing that you're going to want to do when you have something that you must respond to is internal communications. And preparing for that can look like a lot of nonprofit boards, which I'm going to talk more about tomorrow, have either like an executive committee or a steering committee or officers, or they've empowered just like the board chair to respond to crises, or they have empowered staff like the executive director or somebody else to respond to things right away. And this is good because like sometimes the crisis is, oh no, our intern got to a city they've never been to before, and something happened with their hotel reservation and they don't have a credit card. So someone needs to be empowered to just call up the hotel and give them a credit card, not wait for a board of 12 or 15 people to vote on whose credit card it should be or whatever. So you just want to make sure that for some stuff, you've empowered a small group to act swiftly and decisively. And then for other stuff, you're going to want to think about like who gets read in early. And you want to make sure that you're being fair, but without like reading in so many people. Sometimes at the heart of a crisis is something that is sensitive, like someone's having a health emergency, or there's something that, like, oh, an intern messed up, but was it really their mess up? Or have we been just doing onboarding in a way that gave someone who's been here for 3 days an inordinate amount of power to delete lots of stuff? You don't just hang out the intern to dry. You want to respond a little bit later and say, hey, like, so that was us. That was an onboarding issue. But if you respond immediately and like, well, I don't know, someone down in the intern office like messed it up, it's hard to take that back later. And that isn't really fair. So you want to kind of balance being sensitive with people's personal information and the way that the optics of things look with bringing in the folks that ought to be there in the conversation. So one of the things I think that happens, and a lot of us like maybe hold this from being a child, or especially if you're like a child with siblings, is you want to blame someone else for the thing immediately. It's like it wasn't me, it was my sister. And when you're responding to like a crisis that was actually like someone forgot something got deleted by accident, somebody lost something, or something happened, some update didn't happen correctly, or some other piece of a complicated process got out of order, and it's very likely an honest mistake. You do not want to get into the blame game of whose honest mistake it is when you're still responding to the ongoing crisis. And so don't like resist the temptation to get mad at each other, and because people are frustrated, and it's when it's like, oh, no one was planning to have to like have an extra 2-hour meeting and talk about something that they weren't expecting. So people can be a little afraid. And so you want to make sure that you set that tone for that meeting. Like, we'll do the blame later. And we had a situation like this at Siegel, the Seattle GNU Linux Fest that I work with. We lost our keynote space maybe 2.5 weeks before the event. And when I say lost, something happened. It doesn't really matter what. But we already had keynotes coming to speak to a large room, expecting to speak to a large room. And the space that we thought we had reserved was not reserved. It had been reserved by another entity. Was it a missing email? Was it like something? We don't know. But the meeting where we looked at that, we had to decide like, hey, we have to find a new room right away. And that's actually the most important thing. And so it was like, we're going to put aside the like what happened for later, and for right now, let's focus on what we're going to do and how we're going to fix it. And so we had to set a pretty tight time frame. And that meant saying like, all right, let's put all the ideas on the table. And those ideas range from like, could we rent a tent in November in Seattle and put it in the parking lot behind the school, to maybe we can just go to the party venue like 3 hours early. We had everybody take one of the ideas, and we decided we would meet again in 3 days and see which one made the most sense for our budget and our needs, and hoping to get people from one building to the next. Luckily, we were able to do the party venue 3 hours early, and we did not have to rent a tent in November. So, for folks that have not been to Seattle in November, it's cold and usually rainy, and sort of a miserable time to consider being in a tent. So, but the key is that we didn't spend time in that initial moment talking about like whose fault it was. It was, how are we going to fix this? And so time was of the absolute essence. So I would say also, like, people have to be pretty honest about their ability to do things in a timely fashion. Like, so again, you were not planning for a crisis. Some folks are like, guys, I have finals in like 2 days. I can't really be calling around, or I can't be the person that writes a patch or whatever it is. Or like, me and my wife are having a baby, like whatever it is, like everyone has to be honest about their ability to dedicate time to commit. And if someone says, I actually just cannot, then the task has to be given to someone who says, I can do it within the time frame that we need it done. And that's okay. Sometimes it means people are doing something that is not quite their jam or not their usual thing. But the idea is that you're sort of in an all hands on deck, and everyone is doing what they can without leaving their partner to have a baby alone or what have you. Okay, so that's all for like, whoops, it was a mistake. What if your crisis is a person? This is much less desirable. And I'm not going to name any names at all during this part, just so you know, if anyone was like, oh, now we're going to get the gossip. No, sorry. This is all hypotheticals for the most part. So a lot of projects have critics. And actually, like, and that might feel like a crisis, like maybe they said something like super mean or, what have you. The key is to figure out, like, like, is it a critic, a curmudgeon, like a criminal? Did they say something like slanderous? But the point I'm trying to make here is that not all critics are bad. Some critics, they're a little gruff. The message is maybe not as kind and gentle as you might like, but it might be something you need to hear. And it might be something you need to respond to. I have seen this at many organizations where, someone's like, oh, you all have, you're not being super clear about the work that you're doing, or it feels like you've been doing the same thing for a long time. And that kind of critique, I think, organizations need to be willing to hear that. Or like, hey, like I tried to get involved last year and like I couldn't figure out how to. And it's like, if that's truly the case, like you got to go and figure out why that is. Sometimes it might just be one person and, there was a giant DNS outage the one day they tried to become involved in your project. But often if someone has gotten to the point of complaining about it, like it's something that is worth looking into. So that's the response for gruff, but maybe substantive critique. Sometimes people are just trolling. They're just putting gasoline on fires to see what happens. Usually that's not good. And this, it feels weird and it feels uncomfortable. And, but I think the key here is not to respond externally to folks, like, especially if the fire they're trying to dump is like not based in reality, is based on a lot of like ad hominem, like personal attacks that don't have anything to do with reality, or like other things, like like a giant lizard people conspiracy around the globe. Like you don't have to respond externally to that. It is from Zoolander. But you might want to consider your response internally, because sometimes these people are saying really mean, hateful things to people who are involved in your project, and you want to support each other internally. And maybe, so it, like, even though you've decided we're not going to discuss it externally, you might want to discuss it internally and be like, or at least to just be like, you know, like, hey, Joe, I'm just checking in. Like, you know, Tinfoil Hat 479 has been saying some really mean stuff about you lately. I just wanted to let you know, like, I'm here if you want to talk, or I got your back, or, you know, like, the community doesn't believe, you know, Tinfoil Hat 497 stuff. So, you know, so you want to kind of try and figure out which kind of person you're dealing with here. Sometimes the person who said something was inside of your project, and you're like, they said what? Oh no. And so that one's a little trickier, because you know, you want to kind of sort out, like, someone said something weird, or like unpopular, or confusing, or maybe even hostile or offensive. And so you want to figure out if it's time for an apology. Like, if that person was like, oh, I thought that was a funny joke, and now I understand, like, from another perspective why that's not a funny joke. And then you're gonna need to do an apology. It might be like that person does an apology, or the organization does an apology. And this is fine. Like, people are gonna say stuff that's like, what? And we're all human. People make mistakes. They use the wrong language. Many of us think we're funny, and we're so wrong about that. So this is going to happen. The key is to apologize when you have done that thing that is like, makes everyone go like, don't quit your day job for comedy. Also, a lot of people are irritated with you right now. So a real apology involves expressing remorse, so saying, I am sorry, not I'm sorry you were hurt, or I'm sorry you didn't like my joke. Taking responsibility, I was wrong. That was not a good joke, or that was not a fair thing to say. And saying it won't happen again. And then making sure that it actually doesn't happen again. That's the change that you want to make. And that's like what makes a full, an actual apology. Otherwise, it's just you saying, I'm sorry I got caught, or I'm sorry I'm sorry for your reaction to my weird statement. So this is the least unpleasant. I'm trying to make the slides fun, because the next part is, what if we're talking about criminal behavior? What if your crisis is somebody inside your project has engaged in criminal behavior? And I don't have a ton of experience with this one directly. There are projects that have had to handle this kind of an issue. I have only marginally had to do anything with this. But first, you want to make sure, is it criminal behavior that's like part of your mission? Like, if you work at the EFF and you did something that crosses the DMCA, which is the broad, overreaching, like copyright legislation that we have in the US, like, oh, then you might be like, we're standing with you. Okay, sure. So there are some exceptions to criminal behavior. Like, if you worked for like an organization working to legalize marijuana, and your founder was caught with a joint, like, she's not like dead to you now. That's sort of illustrating the point of your organization. But for the other kind, for violent behavior, this is bad. You, like, I mean, I'm assuming that your FOSS project is trying to do something positive, and not like a application that helps you hunt people for sport or something like that. So where violent behavior is not part of your mission. If that's part of your mission, well, this talk isn't for you. I'm not really trying to help you with that. But if, assuming that you're on this, yes, violent behavior is not acceptable as part of our FOSS project, you need to take decisive action. And, you know, in case you're not sure why, like this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You see at the bottom the basic needs where people feel safe and they have food and water. They can't really do those top things like, belong to a community or feel accomplished because of their open source contributions, or realize their full potential as a contributor with their project if they feel unsafe. And most people are smart enough to stay away from projects where they've decided it's okay for people to feel unsafe. So if you do not want to be one of those projects, then you want to make sure people feel safe. If someone in your project has been is doing violent behavior against other members of your community, you have to cut them out and be decisive about it and clear. And you're going to have to talk about it probably much more than you want to. And I'm sorry for that in advance. But the thing is, the worst behavior will end up defining your project. In the same way that everybody's looking when you mess up, or like if you've ever waited tables, no one's watching you like take 20 plates on one arm and delivering them successfully. They only notice when you drop them and every single glass shatters all over the floor. And that's the part they'll remember. So if your project is unwilling to separate itself from the worst behavior, then that will be the behavior that defines your project, which is going to be difficult if you want to grow your project and bring more people in, especially if you want to bring in nice people that think like violence against community members is bad. And then you'll be stuck with all the people that think it's good. So don't do that. All right. So regardless of which sort of a crisis you're having, you might find that a crisis has illuminated an area in which you are woefully undereducated. And that might mean it's time to bring in an expert. And I think this is a really good thing to do. If it's, it depends on the type of thing that you're grappling with. But we tend to do like a lot of like, oh, we made our own thing or we built our own thing. And that's like one of the great things about free and open source software is everyone's like, I built it myself. But we still exist in a world where laws apply to us and things like that. So sometimes it's really good to bring in an expert to help you with things that you don't know, or to help you with a perspective that you can't have as a person inside the project. So the first kind of experts that you want to think about, maybe like a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but you might want one. I'm an expert in if you are trying to make something with buttermilk and you don't have buttermilk, you can call me for that. But if you are having like an issue like where, well, we'll say lawyers they're costly, but if you're having an issue where you are not understanding the tax law, the copyright law, trademark law, corporate liability, the employment law, or you need a restraining order or something like that, do not go and just try and DuckDuckGo that for 5 minutes and sort it out yourself. It will cost you money to get someone to do that work for you, unless you're very lucky and have a pro bono expert in the exact type of law that you need help with. But it will cost you much, much, much more money if you mess it up. And some of those I can speak to. Not understanding tax law, yeah. At least in the US, like the last entity that you ever want to owe money to is the IRS. They will just come and take it from your bank account with like interest that they calculate themselves generously. So don't do that. And there are a lot of other there are a lot of other places where not understanding the law ends up being an extremely expensive mistake later on. So if your crisis involves some aspect here, get a lawyer first, especially before you start going to social media to talk about it, and figure out what's what you can say, what you can't say, and what you should be doing and what you should be aware of. And I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not asking you to hire me. Don't hire me for that. Like I said, I'm only good if you're out of buttermilk. Security experts. This is another thing, like a lot of us, like as technical people, are fairly savvy about security stuff, but sometimes like our projects are like a little village of a whole bunch of different little houses that have that magically kind of mostly seem to work together with, like, you know, a little dental floss and like the, you know, some enthusiasm. But and this is, I'm speaking specifically of nonprofits and maybe small businesses where a lot of people have extended themselves a little bit, or there's been some turnover because the project's been around for a long, long time. You need someone who can kind of like zoom out and look at your whole thing and be like, so this piece works for this piece works for this, but you have some issues with the way they all hang together. And that was one of the things that we discovered with the open source initiative board election, was that some of our technical stuff didn't quite fit together the way it ought to, because we're a small, under-resourced nonprofit that you know, has been doing a lot with a lot of volunteer help for folks that just aren't here anymore, and we are many layers of like updates past that. And so it took someone from outside to be like, oh, all of these little pieces should fit together like this. And that's why, you know, technical debt, it's real. So if that's your crisis, get someone with outside perspective, because it's really hard to see the big picture when you're only working on the one part. Mediators are another example of where outside perspective can be really, really helpful. Sometimes your project like has, like, you've had like a factioning or something where like one group is, you know, convinced like gum is good, the other one is gum is bad, or Emacs, VI, whatever. Pick your argument, but the community has had like a fracture, and the level of discourse is like kind of disintegrated and become unhelpful. So you get someone who is just like not invested in either side's perspective at all. And you can hire people like this to come in and help you get to the bottom of the source of your conflict, find the places where there's alignment between your different groups, and then make a plan for everybody to work together going forward. So, and then the final one I would say is public relations. This is, I have a little less experience with this scenario than some of the others, but I know that other organizations have found bringing in a public relations person to be very, very valuable. And I'm just mentioning it here so that you know it exists. Every crisis is different. What you're going to need in your crisis when it's your turn to step up to the plate is going to be different than anyone else's crisis has been. So going forward, you kind of want to like triage and stop the bleeding first. So like that first group, it's like if someone is on a remote island off the coast of Australia for 2 weeks, they can't be read in if you need to respond in a week. You really just need to like get things like to where the crisis is not continuing to spiral out of control and getting worse. This is an image from Strega Nona, the Tommy De Piola book, where the witch's assistant set off the magic noodle pot, and the whole town filled up with noodles. And so if you need a mental image, the first thing you need to do is stop the pot from making more noodles and drowning your town in noodles. So that's like, those are in the triage idea, the things that go in category number 1, stop the noodle pot. The second thing is you want to start to repair the harm that's been done. And that might be a lot of different things. It might be like a big public announcement. It might be redoing your board election. It might be making a public statement about what will happen next. It might be asking your community for input or scheduling mediation or other conversations. So that's like the second thing, like, all right, how do we figure out what went on here, and who we need to talk to, and who we need, who needs to be part of the solution. And then your third thing, the thing I want to say about that part is it might take longer than you think. I actually submitted this talk while we were talking about the OSI board election being messed up. in March. And I was hoping to be talking from like several months of hindsight here in July. That's not the case. We're rerunning that election on Monday. So all of these things, if like crises are how can I put this nicely? They're a great learning opportunity to find out some things you didn't know before. And that means that everything you do is going to take longer than it takes you to do things you already know how to do. That's just how it is. I guess if your job became crisis management, you might get better at scoping out the time. But for most of us, we're trying to avoid having to deal with crises all the time. And so everything's going to take longer than you think, just sometimes much longer. So then the third bucket of things on your triage list is building a better future. And so, and that might seem overwhelming. That's like, could involve like changing systems, doing a total overhaul of your security protocols, choosing different software tools, or like updating software tools that you didn't know hadn't been updated for like 10 years. It might mean really hard stuff like rearranging your leadership structure, changing your messaging or your onboarding, or like the way that people get access to your systems, like pretty dramatically. And that might seem really overwhelming and not a lot of quick fixes. I understand that. But the first, like one strategy is you might like kind of just identify the very first step, the small step, and who will do that step, and then start working on it. So it is and this long tail of doing big changes might also take longer than you think. Especially if part of your plan is to bring outside experts in and you don't know what the time frame is for working with mediators is or something like that, or working through a large quantity of previously unacknowledged technical debt or previously unacknowledged governance debt, both of which are common in orgs that run or rely heavily on volunteers. So, it's going to take as long as it takes, I'm going to say. So every crisis will be different. Yours will be unique and special. Maybe you'll give a talk about it. I don't know. And I have some picture credits, and then I would be happy to take a question or two from you all. Thanks so much.
And we have gotten some questions. The first question is, how do you balance responding quickly and logging what is going on to explain to the public afterwards?
Yeah, I would say the trick there is to do the immediate, like, hey, we recognize something happened and we're working on it and we hope to update you all soon. And then updating them all soon. And so, yeah, because you have to say, like, if your website was down for like 3 days and that's unusual for you, you have to say something. You have to acknowledge it. So acknowledging what happened, but maybe not doing a lot of conjecture ahead of time, ahead of yourself.
And the next question is, mistakes. Do you recommend post-mortems? And if so, do you have any advice on how to make sure they don't turn into blame fests?
Yeah, so post-mortem is such a loaded, it sounds like there's a body, which is a little grim. But, I would say, like, maybe starting with like some good open-ended questions, like, what do we wish we'd known ahead of this past mistake that we know now? What kinds of things will help us avoid having this same issue in the future? And so trying to ask those better questions that are more forward-looking.
And then the next question is similar question to question one. There's often time pressure to make a public statement, but in my experiment, doing a carefully crafted, balanced statement can take time. Always seemed like an impossible situation to be in to me, and the question was by Alan Day.
Yeah, again, I would say answer what you can. Don't make like conjecture about like what happened. Say, like, like even if all you can say is we know something happened, we're looking into it, we're really sorry. If that's all you can say now, that's all you can say. Everything else is not good. And if you rush your response, especially if like the fix is very complicated or likely to be very complicated, then I think you lose a little bit of trust by having to be like, oh, we thought it was this, but it turned out that it was this. And then we thought it was this other thing, but it turned out it was again this other thing. It's you just be like, let people know like we don't have all the answers yet. That's an okay thing to say, even if it feels weird.
And then we have gotten a comment. I would recommend this very good episode of a very good podcast about apologist. And then there's a link to the illusionist.org/illusionist/story. You can find the link in the show notes if people want to listen to that podcast.
Hello. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I see there's some great resources there. I don't know how you can get a ton of noodles.
And that was all the questions we have now, but we still have 3 minutes left for questions. So if anyone want to ask something, please type your question in the shared notes.
Thanks, everyone.
We have one more question being typed now.
Okay.
How do you decide a project to contribute to? What are the major aspects when looking for a project to contribute to?
Oh, that's a little different than this one. Like, how do you find a project to contribute to? Oh, and what are the major aspects that you look for when looking for a project? In the context of this talk, I would say a project that gracefully handled a crisis is always a good thing, because it's not any project will either be over too quickly to have a crisis, or it will eventually have one. That's just how it is. As far as like more generally, I look for projects that have something on their front page about how to get involved, or have something about like where new people should start, so that you know that they're kind of ready for new people and excited to help them learn and grow and become contributors.
And that's all the time we had for questions. Thanks so much for Deb for the presentation about responding thoughtfully to a crisis.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me.
Hi, is the moderator here?
Yes. Yes, Jim, I'm here.
Hi. How do I get set up as the speaker?
I'm making you a presenter.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'll go on mute until for a couple more minutes until we're ready to go.
It's 8 minutes to start.
Yep, gotcha.
Hi everybody. Now Jim Hall will take the next talk on how to make your apps easy to use and test it in a simple way. Jim Hall, you can proceed.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Jim Hall, and we're going to talk about how to make your applications easy to use. It's really about usability testing. Just like the title says, this is usability testing the simple way. Just a little bit about myself. Again, Jim Hall, and if you'd like to reach out to me, there's my email address. And if you're streaming this on YouTube and you want to download the slides, you can download it on my website right there. I've been involved in open source software since about 1993. Linux actually was my first exposure. But I'm probably best known for FreeDOS. I do a lot of work on an open source DOS operating system called FreeDOS. But with that experience in Linux from the very beginning, I obviously have been part of the GNOME community since the very beginning, so ever since GNOME 1.0, and I've been a long-time GNOME user ever since. And when I got my master's degree about 8 years ago now, I was very interested in how can I combine my master's degree, focusing it into open source software. And so part of my master's degree involved usability testing. So I did usability testing in open source software, and I reached out to GNOME at that time, and with Alan and Jakob on the design team, and helped do some usability testing, actual usability testing on GNOME at that time. And it was a great experience. And I think we all got something out of it. And so I've since come back and helped GNOME with usability testing through the Outreachy program. So I've mentored several cycles of testing in usability testing through Outreachy. And we've done a lot to sort of figure out what new interfaces should look like, as well as improving GNOME that's already there. Now, right now, I'm also I do some other work, but I also one of the things I do is teach some courses at the University of Minnesota, and I've taught this how to do usability testing in open source software at the university level. I taught literally the class was called usability testing in open source software. I taught that for a couple of semesters at the University of Minnesota Morris, and now I'm teaching a graduate level usability class at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. And so I have a lot of experience in usability testing and working with GNOME. So just a little bit about me there. So, as we kind of get started with usability testing, sort of the question everybody kind of has is, what is usability? And some people think they kind of know what usability is, and others kind of don't. And so if you have your own definition for usability, I'd like to see it actually in the chat. I'd love to see what your thoughts are about what is usability. There is different ways you can define usability. There's some big academic words around discoverability and learnability and memorability and things like that. So there's some big definitions you can put around usability, but I like to have sort of a carrying around definition for what is usability. And it's a simple definition that's basically real people can do real tasks in a reasonable amount of time. And so Luna has put something in the chat as well about a system that everyone in the whole world can use. And it's, I would say, very similar to this definition on real people can do real tasks in a reasonable amount of time. Now, by the way, usability is not the same as user experience or UX. So a lot of people will kind of confuse the two terms, usability and UX, and they are actually different. But usually if you've got a strong usability or good usability, you're probably got a strong user experience. User experience is kind of loosely defined as like, what's your emotional attachment to the software? After using that software, are you having a happy experience? Does it spark joy, to use that term? Or do you want to use it again? Do you look forward to using it again? Or did it really kind of bum you out? I don't like using it. Maybe it was easy to use, but I don't want to use it, right? So usability and user experience are different, but usually they are connected, and that if you have a strong or good usability, you probably also have a good user experience. And the reverse is true. If you have a bad usability, probably the user experience is also pretty bad. There are some edge cases that I won't go into about how you can have something with bad usability but a good user experience. I would point to some games, for example, for that. But usually you're kind of looking for, if you have good usability, user experience will not be far behind, although I just want to be clear, it is a different topic. So when we talk about usability testing, we're going to talk about how to do usability tests from start to finish here in a second. But when do you do usability testing? So you really want to look at doing usability testing before you do any work. Like if you're doing a redesign on something, or maybe creating a whole new program, you should do usability testing of some kind beforehand. And so what does that look like? So usability testing before you do any work or before you have a complete redesign is basically doing some kind of what's called a paper prototype test. And of course, that's usually because you might print it out literally on a piece of paper and then ask people to point to things on that piece of paper to tell you how they would interact with it. And it actually sounds simple, but it actually does generate very useful results. When we did the redesign on the GNOME settings app, where it used to be just a grid of icons, and now it's got the list on the left-hand side. Alan and Jakob and I kind of worked out how would we do a paper prototype test based on what Alan and Jakob were planning to do on that new settings app. And so we had an intern that, as part of the outreachy, that did a paper prototype test with real people, where they did a series of scenario tasks. And it's Clarissa, by the way, and she's in the chat right there. And so actually it was Carrie, I think, that did that test. And so that paper prototype test, and it was very useful in getting feedback on how people would use that new redesign of the settings app. So you're kind of getting that, with a mock-up, you can kind of get an idea about how real people are going to use it. And when you do that, you want to do, have your mock-up, first. It doesn't have to be fancy. You don't have to do something that looks really flashy and it's pixel perfect how you'd have it on the screen. Frames and things like that are reasonably representative of the interface are probably good enough. So you create that mock-up, and then you do usability tests on it, which we'll learn about in a second. You do a usability test, and then you'll have some results that you can now analyze, and we'll talk about analyze. And then you'll be able to then tweak that design. Once you've made a new tweak, then I would recommend doing another test and then see how people respond to that one. And then you have some results from there that you can now tweak the design a little bit. You maybe might do another usability test, but basically after a couple of those iterations, you've probably got a good design that will work well for most people. And another way you could do usability test is during development. And so while you're working on something, you want to make the user interface easier to use. And so you've already got a system that works. You just want to make it easier to use. And so how do you do that? Well, you're basically testing how you might tweak that design to make the existing design easier to use. And you're probably, in that case, using the actual program for a usability test. And so again, you're going to have that design that you've already got existing. You're going to do usability tests, which we're going to learn about in a second. And then you're going to get some results. And then that helps you to kind of tweak that usability or that design a little bit to improve the usability, do another test, and then that gets you some more results, and then maybe one more test. And by that point, you probably have enough where you have a usability or have a design that works well for most people to use. Kind of what Luna had said earlier in the chat, a system that everyone in the whole world can use right after a couple of iterations. You probably have a design interface that works well enough for most people to use. So who can do the usability testing, right? So I'll start with not you. You, the developer, cannot do your own usability test. You can run the usability test, but you can't actually test something to see if it's something that people would be able to use. Why? Because you know how everything works. You're writing the software. You know where all the menu items are. You know what all the buttons do. If there's keyboard shortcuts, you know how those keyboard shortcuts work. You know exactly what to do in the software. So you're not a good representative user of how people are actually going to use your software. And so you need to have other people. So that's the someone else. You need to have someone else to do testing with. You need to find people who are representative of people who are actually going to use your software. So if you're writing a development tool, maybe an interface like an IDE or something, you want to make sure you pick people who are programmers, who would either use that software or would use that software, and do usability tests with them. If you're doing usability tests on an IDE with people who don't know what IDE means, then you've picked the wrong group of people. They're not going to give you any kind of useful results there. So you need to pick real people, and they're going to do real tasks, and you're going to watch them do it. Because there's so much that you can learn by watching someone else use your software. You learn so much about how people are using your software just by watching them do it. So how do you do a usability test from start to finish? So we're going to go through each one of these 5 steps. You're going to first build personas, and that's going to represent people who use your software. And then you're going to, based on those, you're going to create what are called scenarios or use scenarios. That describes how those people are going to use your software. Under what circumstances are they using your software? Why are they using your software? What are their goals for using the software, right? What's the end point that they're trying to use? They're not just sitting down to use it just to use it. So what are they trying to get out of it? And then based on that, you're able to then create scenario tasks. And the scenario tasks are actually going to then form the basis of your usability test, step number 4. And then once you've done your usability test, and we'll talk about how many people you need to be in your test, you'll then be able to analyze your results, and from there you can sort of figure out where the rough spots are and how you need to improve it. You don't need a fancy lab to do any of this. Some people think you need to have a fancy usability lab and, you know, one-way mirror and all kinds of eye tracking software or something to make usability happen. No, you don't actually do. You can do it on your own. In-person works great. Right now, during the pandemic, it is also possible to do usability tests remotely. And in fact, when I teach usability as part of the graduate class that I mentioned, we actually did a remote usability test. So my students, when they did a usability test in their projects, they actually worked with people who were not physically in the room with them. They actually did a remote usability test. And so you can too. There are ways to make that happen. So let's talk about step 1, personas. And so when you talk about personas, you're really talking about, you're trying to come up with a fictional user, because it's, you know, maybe it's based on a real person. In fact, I hope it's based on a real person, but in this case, you're trying to create sort of a fictional user that represents the people who use your software. You need to create more than one persona here, but you need to make it feel real. That's the important thing. It needs to make it feel real. And so as part of making it feel real, I would recommend including a photo in that persona. Because it's, you know, people can ignore a persona if it doesn't have a photo attached, because like, well, it's just words, right? But once there's a face attached to it, for some reason, we just sort of become emotionally attached or invested to that user. And it's kind of hard to ignore a persona if there's a photo attached to it. They need to represent all users. And so if you've got, as I said before, if you're writing an IDE or some sort of a development tool, you want to represent your users who are other developers. If you think your software is usable by everybody, you know, everybody can use the software, then I've got this grid on the right-hand side of my slide here that talks about how you might break it up in terms of experience level. How much experience do they have in using computers or software like this, or you know, other kinds of experience level that you might put in there, like you know, low, medium, and high sort of experience level. And then, you know, maybe age group, it might be some other way to break it up, right? So you got some people who are, let's say, up to 20 years old in this lower bracket, and 20 to 40, we'll say, for the medium bracket, and then like 40 and above for the upper bracket, right? So how are we going to break this down? Then you just want to make sure that you've got people that represent each one of these squares. And so you might sort of play a little game of Sudoku here and say, okay, if I've got a person I'm going to represent at this level, right square in the middle of that square, then down here under experience, I probably shouldn't be in the middle. I should probably be over here. And then for this one, maybe I'll be down here somewhere. And so by age, I'm kind of now hitting each one of these different columns. And so just a matter of drawing these dots in a way that you can say, I think I've picked up all of the squares, and I'm not kind of treading on like they're all the same level of expertise, right? They're not all like at this level of expertise. You're kind of bouncing around a little bit and finding some ways to represent all of your users. So that's one way you start a persona, but it actually helps to look at a persona. And so if you've got a persona like this, I just wrote up some sample personas to get prep for this. And if you download these slides, you can absolutely use these in your own usability tests. And so Todd, age 16, pronouns he, him, is a high school student who's getting interested in open source software. So at his school's computer club, a friend shows him Fedora running GNOME on a lab PC. And so he's learning about computers, and he's still getting started with using GNOME in the apps. And so this is sort of a person who is now new to GNOME. Can they use your software, right? This should reflect an actual person that uses GNOME out there. You might have another one, Stevie, age 24, pronouns they, them, or a marketer for a mid-sized company. And they used Windows until recently, but if you remember the news recently, right, they have to buy a new computer if they're going to run Windows 11. So one of the web developers at the company suggested that Stevie try Linux with GNOME. And after running the live CD, they made the switch. And then Stevie is experienced with computers, but new to GNOME. And so another user that we should all look at and say, yeah, I know people like Stevie. I know people like Todd. And if you're able to say that, then that means the persona is resonating. The persona actually has some meaning. I've got some other ones here. I won't go through every one of them, but Maria is one other one, right? Age 33, a web developer for an online retailer. She's run Linux since she was an undergrad computer science student, and she was a GNOME 2 user, but then switched to KDE after GNOME 3 came out. But after reading some articles around GNOME 40, she'd like to try GNOME again. And she's very familiar with Linux distros, but she's relearning GNOME. So can this more experienced user who's only used GNOME 2 and KDE, can they now get adjusted to GNOME 3 or GNOME 40? Can they get adjusted to the new interface? And so having personas like this takes away some of the emotion when talking about changes. And so when you talk about changes, people would normally say, well, I want to make this change because I think it's cool. And you kind of get into an argument about how cool something is. And in general, in theory, how many people do you think would use it? But you don't really have any science behind it, right? Would other people really want to use that feature? Would that change really help people to use the software? But if you have these personas, you can now have conversations that say, I'm going to make this change, and that's going to help people like Dan to use our software, right? So Dan teaches math, computer science, right? So can Dan, this change is going to make things easier for Dan to do his work, or this change is going to help people like Jessica to onboard with GNOME or to learn GNOME, right? So it allows you to have these conversations in a way that is more concrete and more grounded, because those are the actual users of GNOME. Every one of these personas should kind of feel real. Like, yeah, I've met someone like that at a conference, or I just know someone who uses it. Now, once you've got personas created, the next step is I would recommend creating these scenarios. And scenarios are basically sort of the who, what, where, when, why of each one of those personas. Why is that persona? Why is Dan going to sit down and use GNOME, right? What are some of the things that he's going to try and do with it? What are the circumstances that Jessica is going to be using GNOME, right? What are the, why, the who, what, where, when, why of using that persona using your software? So it's basically a short story about what they're doing, what software they're going to be using, and why or how they're using it, what circumstances, and what they're trying to get out of it. And so, in this photo, for example, I don't have any examples, but in this photo, how is this person using GNOME? And so this photo, this person has an earpiece in, and there looks like a breakfast, up there. And so it looks like she's sitting at maybe a kitchen table. Maybe she's attending a conference or attending a Zoom meeting for work. Maybe she's a web developer, and this is just, maybe she's listening to music. And so you're trying to describe the situation that your personas are using the software. You don't have to go to town on this, but I would recommend maybe like, maybe let's say 2 personas per scenario, or per 2 scenarios per persona, because just doing that exercise alone, by the way, of creating your personas and then creating scenarios for why those personas are using your software, just those 2 alone really, really helps you to understand how people are using your software. Now, once you've got that, then you want to create these scenario tasks, and they should be now grounded in that reality, your understanding of how people are using your software. This is setting a brief context. And then you're going to ask your tester to do something specific, because these scenario tasks become your usability test. So as you do this, I want to be careful that, when you write your scenario tasks, I find this to be my most challenging part of doing usability tests, because you need to write your usability scenario tasks in a way that doesn't artificially or accidentally give a hint to your user. So if you're asking, if your scenario task is that the user should increase the font size for an application, and font is in the menu, then don't use the word font, right? Maybe you want to say text size. Make the text size bigger. Make it easier to, make it bigger. I wouldn't say make it easier to read, because easier to read might mean different things to different people, but make the text bigger should be the same to everybody. And you're not reusing something that's in a menu. So you're not artificially kind of giving a hint. You need to keep it real. So, having done that scenario exercise, you can now come back and do these scenario tasks, and I think make it more real. And I also would recommend kind of following a story. Like, you can have a couple of scenario tasks that kind of follow a story on something. They're each steps in doing something, but just be careful when you do that, you're not going to like mess yourself up if they can't do, scenario task 1. They're like, I don't know how to do it, and they have to give up. And they're like, okay, now you can't do tasks 2 and 3, so you kind of have to skip ahead. So, if you do those steps, kind of reevaluate what those scenario tasks are. Do you have a reasonable assumption that people can do those, or do you need to be doing something different for your scenario tasks? But generally, that setting a brief context and asking someone to do something specific is really the key around a good scenario task. Now, what does that look like? So some actual scenario tasks that we've used in GNOME usability testing is, for example, in gedit, we had a scenario task that said, you want to finish writing a draft of a blog post that you're using in a project, and you start the gedit text editor, and that's probably been done for them because maybe we just want to test that they can use it now that they can start it. And then please open the file blogpostdraft.txt from the documents folder. So we've set a brief context. You're going to be writing a draft. You're going to be updating a draft on a blog post, and then you ask them to do something specific. Open a file from this folder, right? Brief context, do something specific. Or, some of the names in that document are incorrect. So replace every example of Applejack with Fluttershy, and every instance of Rainbow Dash with Twilight Sparkle. And if your document is, so basically this is a search and replace. So, if your document is very short, maybe only 2 or 3 paragraphs long, what's probably going to happen is your testers will just use the mouse and find the text on their own. So a search and replace scenario task is really well done if if that blog post draft is like long, probably 500 words or something where it's more than a screen full, because then people are more likely to try and find a search and replace. But notice I'm not actually telling them do find and replace, do search and replace function. I'm saying some of the names are incorrect. That's the brief context. And then change this text to this text. That's asking them to do something specific. And that means that when we have them do that scenario task, when they're done, because you're going to give these tasks to them one at a time, and then when they're done, they should say, okay, I've replaced all the Applejacks with Fluttershy, I've replaced all the Rainbow Dashes with Twilight Sparkle, I'm done. And in your notes, you should know, yep, that person's done. or you should be able to say, I don't think that person really did it, right? So in each one of these scenario tasks, they've actually, I think you and your tester would agree that they've completed a task. And so, a client for testing calendar, a client is asked to meet with you at their office next week. Add an event called Meeting with Client to your calendar for next week on Thursday at 10 a.m. So again, brief context. Clients asked to meet with you at your office next week, right? That explains why we're doing this task. And then ask them to do something specific. Add an event called this to your calendar on this day at this time, right? Brief context and ask them to do something specific. Other examples over here, I won't go through them all, but just again, examples of setting a brief context and asking the tester to do something specific. And we're being very careful not to reuse terms that they might find in the menus, or if a button label or something, we're trying to be very careful not to reuse those terms in the usability test. And so, for example, that last one, Firefox, you don't have your glasses with you, so it's hard to read the text on the website. Please make the text bigger on the website, right? It sets a brief context. Why would you need to do that? And then you ask them to do something specific to make the text bigger. But we're not using the word font because the menu item, I think, for Firefox at the time we did this test actually had font in the menu. Now, when you do your test, you want to, how many people do you need to do usability tests with, really what it comes down to. And there's math behind this. I won't go into it, but basically, you need to do at least 5 people who usability test. And there's nothing wrong with saying, I'm going to do just 5. In fact, a lot of people recommend that you do, since you're doing iterative testing, you're going to do a usability test, make a tweak, do another usability test, maybe make another tweak and do another usability test. Doing it iteratively means 5 testers is perfectly fine. And so the math looks like this. It's 1 minus L to the n, and it basically means that every tester, they found that testers can find about 31% of problems in a design for most usability tests. And so if you do the math, that gets you at 5 testers. That gets you to the 85% mark, right? So we'll come back to that in just on the next slide here. But you're going to use your scenario tasks, and you can observe them using the software. Now, take notes while they're doing the test. Like if you're doing this in an in-person test, they're using the software on a laptop, and you've got another laptop that you're taking notes on. And then after the test, or maybe after a scenario task, you can certainly ask follow-up questions. There's nothing wrong with that. Be careful about sounding judgy in those. That's something that we had to be careful of when I taught the class, is that you can't say, okay, you couldn't find this, why, right? That certainly asks a question about why you couldn't find something, but it's not really helping the tester feel good about themselves, because you need to say, okay, you seem to have trouble finding the print button. What would have made it easier to find that print button, right? Things like that would be a better way to ask that question. But you are asking these follow-up questions to understand how they were using the software. So why 5, by the way? So if every tester can find about 31% of the usability problems in a system, if each gray square here is 100%, I can do some math to say that this red square is about 31% of the gray square. And this actually comes from a randomized exercise that I did to kind of show, if you place these certain number of red squares over each other, what's it look like? How much are we exploring of the system? So on this first square, we've only got one tester. You add another tester. Again, it's randomized, so the square is a different spot, but you're getting some overlap in the middle here. But each tester has also been exploring parts of the system that the other one didn't get to explore. You add a third tester, again, random, so you get different positions of the squares. You get some overlap in the beginning, but they're also going off to explore more of the gray square. And then 4 testers and 5 testers, and you're covering quite a lot of that gray square at this point. It doesn't really get you much more to do 10. That should be this square down here, if I remember my squares right. And this should be 15, if I recall correctly. This is n of 15. So yeah, not a lot of difference between 10 and 15. And really, when you look at it, there's not a ton of difference between 10 and 5. But there's definitely a difference between 4 and 5 and 3 and 4. So 5 is kind of the sweet spot if you want to look at how many people do I need to have in my test. So when you do that test, you're certainly going to welcome the people to the test. Thanks for doing the test. Appreciate you doing the test. Here's what we're going to be doing today. Right? Give them an overview. I'm going to ask you to do some scenarios, and I'm doing a test based on the software, not of you. So I'm going to give you these scenario tasks one at a time. I'm going to ask you to do them. Remind them to do what's called the speak aloud protocol. That's basically move the mouse on screen where your eyes would be and speak out loud what's going through your mind. So if you've been asked to print something and you're looking for a print button, then just say out loud, I'm looking for a print button. And then you're moving the mouse back and forth on the screen. I'm looking for the print. This is where I'm looking, where my eyes are going. And then you can kind of see where they're looking. Are they looking, if the print button's like, let's say in the upper left-hand corner, they're looking way down here in the lower right, right? Okay, well, you can see that from their mouse. Get some demographics in there. You can ask them to fill out a little form, like, how much experience do you have and things like that. And then you're doing the test. And the test, as I said, is just one at a time, giving them these scenario tasks and then taking notes about, how easy it was for them to do that task. And you might have to ask follow-up questions maybe at the end or after a particular difficult task, or if you've broken it up where you're doing like 2 different programs, you might take a break in the middle and say, okay, let's talk about the first program we just did, right? But it's okay to ask these follow-up questions. And as Clarissa said in the chat, right, it's great. Love having those follow-up questions. They really do help you to understand why the tester did something. Why were they looking somewhere? And at the end of the test, of course, don't forget, thank them for their time. Sometimes people give them little gifts, and it can be a little tiny gift, like, actually you can give a sticker from GNOME. When I did usability testing, I gave them a little, like a $5 coffee card, some little small token of appreciation to say thanks. But it can be anything, sticker, pencil, whatever, you're doing. Oh, and Luna got a cinema ticket. That's great. So after you do your usability testing, you only need to have 5, but these results here that I'm going to show actually have more than 5 testers. You're going to do analysis, and you want to take those notes because that's going to help you dig into what was going on. But you also, for each scenario task, I would recommend capturing a note for yourself about how difficult that task was for your user to do. And what you'll find, I think, is you're going to see some patterns. And so what you're seeing here on the right-hand side is a grid. And each row is a scenario task, right? This is just a couple of words to summarize what the scenario task is. So I have to go back and read the whole thing. I kind of remember, oh yeah, this is about creating an album. And then each column is a separate tester. And so each cell tells you how hard or how easy that task was for that tester to do. And we're going to do a color on this. I find doing color makes it really easy to spot problems. You're going to do green if they didn't have any problems at all. It's like, oh, okay, I was asked to print something, and so I knew right where the print button was, right? I was supposed to, add something, and I knew right what to do. So they clicked it, and they were done. Maybe a little bit of hesitation, but like pretty much done. Yellow means that they struggled a little bit. It's a little bit of, you're trying to figure this out, but you're just like, kind of explore a little bit, but pretty quickly it's like, oh yeah, that's right. That's what it is. That's the menu. So maybe they clicked on the wrong menu and then they had to go back to the right one. And then orange has got a little harder still, and they had to really kind of explore that space, but they got there in the end. Red was really, really tough. I mean, it was just like they were on the verge of giving up. It was so tough. It was really hard to do that one. Black was so hard, they couldn't do it. They actually said, can't do it. I couldn't do this one at all. And so putting it in this grid does 2 things. One, it allows you to find what I would call a hot column. And that allows you to say, was that tester just having problems in general? And I'm not seeing any hot columns in here. I mean, this person had a couple of things tied together, but I'm not seeing a hot column in here. So I'm not going to discount any of these testers. And then by row, what hot rows do I have? Ooh, I'm seeing a lot of yellow, red, orange, even a black on how to create an album on photos. Wow. Okay. So that tells me we need to make that one better. And so now you can go back to your notes to figure out what it is people were doing. And you can focus on that one scenario task to try and figure out what all the people were doing to try and do that task. I'm also seeing a hot one down here for adding a new calendar, and probably another one down here for adding an online account. I mean, maybe that one's maybe on the edge, but I wouldn't worry at all about changing photo colors or even cropping a photo, even though there's some yellow, because people didn't really have a problem with that. So this helps you to focus on where you're having problems. I'll answer these questions at the end, but I see some questions in the chat. Another way to analyze is this one here. This another real usability test that we did. More testers than 5 again, but allows us to say, okay, I'm not really seeing any hot columns, at least in ones where nobody else had problems. So I think I'm not going to discount any particular testers here, but I'm definitely seeing some hot rows, right? Saving a folder location, a bookmark. This is from a test we did in 2016, so obviously this got improved. But yeah, that making a bookmark was really tough for people. A lot of people couldn't even do it. Black. Down here, adding a note in events, maybe containing a check mark, really kind of tough there as well. Another one, saving title location, which is basically a bookmark in a PDF document, right? So those are ones to pay attention to. I don't know that I would pay attention to calendar. I don't think there's problems there, or the image viewer. I don't even think the ones that are black up here are that much of a problem for Nautilus, just because I would need to focus first on these couple of rows down here, right? Title location, folder location, things like that. So it helps you to focus on where are your problems. And so that allows you to kind of focus on where your problems are, and that now allows you to create sort of a mental idea about where the rough spots were in the application. And now, based on their feedback, you can try to figure out, yeah, why was it hard? Not just what was hard, but now why was it hard? Your follow-up questions probably dug into that as well. And now you can make a new iteration of the design that's going to make some of that easier to do. And then you're going to do another usability test. And you come up with the same kind of analysis to sort of figure out where are the rough spots here, where do the rough spots kind of go away? And so your next usability test, I would recommend using different testers, but using the same questions. And that allows you to compare test to test. And then, since I'm about to go into questions, so in the chat, I also do the question about, do all the testers do the tests in the same order? Or like, for example, would you randomize them? Well, yeah, I probably would do them in the same order for an application, just because I usually write scenario tasks that kind of follow a little bit of a story, like maybe 2 or 3 different things kind of depend on each other, and so I kind of can't randomize those. But yeah, you might do, if you're doing, let's say, these 4 programs, you might do calendar first. Well, you might do, for the first test, you might do Nautilus, then events, then calendar, then image viewer. And then the next time you do a test, you might do events, then Nautilus, then image viewer, then calendar. So you could randomize a little bit of the questions as they come up. At this point, I'll go ahead and pause for questions. I see there's a chat and a question in the shared notes. But again, as I go to questions, if you want to get a copy of the slides, you can get that from my website, or you can reach out to me via email. I'll look for questions in the notes, but there's also something.
Yeah, there is a question for you. What do you think we can do to have usability test as a contribution more frequently to Genome or any other FOSS project?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So it's hard to do, it's hard for people to kind of do usability testing as a contribution as like a bug database. There's been some research on this, but basically not all developers will treat a usability bug as a bug, because it works for me, right? That's the thing they close it out as. It works for me, so it's not really a bug. So how would you do that? I would think having some sort of, I like the fact that GNOME does the partnership with Outreachy and they do the internship. So that way you actually are being intentional with your usability testing. I would also look at creating maybe a different kind of tracker for usability issues. Or if you're going to put it in a standard tracker, then I would at least link off to the usability test results. But it might be kind of its own separate tracker for usability issues for people to contribute in that way. All right, and I know I've reached end of time. I'm happy to stay on during the break here if anyone has any other questions, or again, feel free to reach out to me via email. So thank you very much, and I hope I helped with usability testing, and thank you very much. Have a great rest of the presentation, great rest of GUADEC.
Thank you so much, Jim. That was a very insightful talk.
Good.
I guess there are no questions left, and now the 10-minute break starts. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I forgot the unmute button. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm Rosanna Yun. I'm here with Melissa Wu. I've been here on the staff at the foundation for 15 years. I was at the first SquadX, so it's great to see how this conference has grown. Melissa joined us about 1.5 years ago on the staff to work on one of our programs that we'll talk about later. This talk is going to discuss the programs that the foundation has worked on this past year, where our funds are spent, and where our money comes from. So obviously this talk comes from the point of view of me as long-term foundation staff, and so you get to see some of the nuts and bolts of how some of our decisions might be made. Just as background, the GNOME Foundation is here to support the GNOME project. We are a nonprofit charity, which means there is a requirement for us to promote the public good. So big question is, what public good does the GNOME Foundation address? The foundation board actually came up with this mission, I think, late last year. Our mission as a foundation is building a diverse and sustainable free software personal computing ecosystem. So GNOME is more than just 2 releases a year. We work to provide the full ecosystem. Hopefully you saw sampling of what we do at the AGM this morning. And if you didn't, you really should go back and watch that when you get a chance. We do have a responsibility to keep the ecosystem alive, but our foundation has to do more than just support our developers. So how do we as a nonprofit work towards this mission? Or how do any nonprofits work towards their missions? We do it with programs. Programs are ongoing efforts to provide a service that helps accomplish our mission. We at the GNOME Foundation this past year have had this list of programs: Infrastructure for GNOME, conferences and other events, GTK, Outreach, and the Community Engagement Challenge. Infrastructure is probably what you think of when you think of the GNOME Foundation. We have Andrea and Bart who keep all our internal servers running. That includes things like servers that host our software, our websites, mailing lists, GitLab, meeting/video streaming, which is what we're using right now for the conference, our chat infrastructure, FlatHub, and so much more. You can see I ran out of room on the slide. Hardware costs and outside computer services are also included here. So when we pay Mapbox for our mapping tiles, or other servers to host like DreamHost, forget all our other things. So conferences, Hackfests, and other events. Here at the GNOME Foundation, we've also we run a lot of events and conferences like GWADC here, GNOME Asia. We did GNOME LATAM and Latin America. This past year, we also did GNOME Onboard Africa and the Linux Application Summit. There are also on the right a list of the events that we've participated in, either through giving talks or hosting a booth or running a workshop. And that included FOSDEM, FOSNorth, GitLab Commit, LibrePlanet, LinuxConf Australia, Open Source India, Open Source Summit EU, and Siegel. Unfortunately, in the past year, because of the pandemic, we weren't able to really run any Hackfests. I'm hoping, really hoping, fingers crossed, that that changes soon. GTK work. A lot of work was done to get GTK4 out the door. There was also the rewrite of the accessibility infrastructure in GTK, and a new tool for documenting GNOME APIs. Essentially, a lot of stuff that Emanuele Bassi did for us. He was amazing. We are so grateful for all the wonderful things he did for the GNOME Foundation, working for us. And in addition, like, I'm not really sure if this happened before or after last QuadEd, but there was also the WebKit GTK integration that we helped sponsor, make that happen. Let's see. Outreach. So this is a bit of a misnomer. If you think about it, the conferences and events that we talked about earlier are also obviously outreach, but they have their own accounting category. So this programming category, I guess, is for all other potential outreach opportunities. So we have Outreachy, which was a program that was started in GNOME as the outreach program for women as a way to diversify our internship program. If you missed Karen and Marina's talk yesterday on the 10 years of Outreachy, you really, really should go watch that. That was amazing. And they talked about early years and through now and all the amazing things they've done. We also obviously have Google Summer of Code and Google Season of Docs. About 1.5 years ago, we started the University Outreach Program. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, that's at a bit of a standstill, hoping that gets jump-started again soon as well. Next, we have the Community Engagement Challenge, which Melissa is going to talk to us about.
Thank you, Rosanna. As Rosanna mentioned earlier, I was brought in about 15 months ago. So for every year Rosanna was with GNOME, I've been there for that long in months to help manage the Community Engagement Challenge. This was an opportunity that was given to us because of a sponsorship. Rosanna, next slide. Very much as a thank you to Endless, who helped underwrite the entire challenge, in which we are very appreciative of them. But as for background, in the next slide, I'll show you that in 2019, Endless basically offered or provided a grant to us to come up with a program that helps to respond to the GNOME mission, right? Sustainability of GNOME, the project, and to FOSS in general. And so in early 2020, a bunch of us got together and said, okay, what is this program going to look like? What are some of the challenges that we're facing within the community, and how do we address them? And what came out of that was the Community Engagement Challenge, which was a year-long program that we ran from 2020 till 2021, where we announced the winners a few months ago. And it really was to encourage the next generation of programmers and other contributors to FOSS and to GNOME, and specifically recognizing individuals and teams that are helping to support those individuals, if that makes sense. So what came out of it was encouraging individuals or teams to submit stimulating ideas that, 1, connect the next generation of coders to the FOSS community, 2, improve the coding skills of beginner coders by introducing them to the FOSS community, and 3, encouraging FOSS community participation for years to come. On the next slide, I talk about some of the challenges that we are trying to address, specifically as what we've seen in the industry, which was to improve access globally to software engineering education and training, to attract and maintain quality developers to help drive the GNOME project forward, to increase awareness and skills, and to increase the diversity of GNOME contributors, specifically targeting women and non-binary or gender-conforming individuals, as well as increasing the diversity of contributors from around the world, so not just from one particular region or another. What came from this is, in the next slide, was a three-phase program. In phase 1, it was a general outreach to see how many proposals we could receive for eligible projects. And we received 149 proposals and over 400 inquiries. We had 38 countries represented, and from there, 20 projects were selected to move on to phase 2. In phase 2, those 20 projects were made of 12 teams and 8 individuals. 6 teams were non-male leads or had non-male team members. There were 10 different countries represented. And from phase 2, 5 projects were selected and invited to move to phase 3. So in phase 3, 4 projects were submitted for judging, and there was a diversity in the teams. They all had a different makeup of individuals contributing, and each team came from a different country, which is pretty exciting. From there, we had 2 winners selected. The grand prize, in the next slide, Rosanna, went to BOSS, a big open source sibling, which was a Brazilian-based organization that aims to reach underrepresented groups in technology who want to work and be mentored in open space. They did a presentation yesterday, I believe, and so if you haven't seen it, you should definitely go back and visit with them, not visit with them, but view that talk. And then the other one, the runner-up, was the Open UK Kids courses and associated digital camps, which were courses and associated camps that teach children both to code and to learn about open source via short and fun animated lessons. I've included their links down here because I know that they're always looking for support and contributors, and so if anybody wants to get involved, please definitely feel free to reach out to them. In the last slide, I want to share with you that contributing to any of these programs and any of these initiatives is not just giving money or not just submitting project or not just giving us your logo. It is a much more robust program. On the left, you'll see all the different outreach opportunities that we had or created to help promote this program, The Challenge, to help promote Endless's support, and to help promote the contributors, and I say contributors meaning financial contributors as well as project contributors, in all of these different outlets. On the right, you'll see some of the support that we did specifically related to the projects that were submitted. We offered one-on-one chats with the judges and mentorship. We allowed them to share their project with the GNOME community and FOSS in general through a Twitter takeover. And we hosted challenge conversations throughout the year so that everybody could share ideas and further grow their project that they're working on, as well as the community. So all of those have been recorded. So if you ever want to go back and check them out, definitely let us know. And so that's the Community Engagement Challenge in a nutshell. So Rosanna is going to tell us about the money portion now when she gets off of mute. And then...
Thanks, Melissa. That was a great sum up. So it's time to talk about money. We talked about the programs earlier. Everything that we mentioned earlier happened since last GUADEC. But from here on out, the financials that I will be showing you are from fiscal year 2020, which is the period from October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2020. So a slightly different time frame, but we calculate our budgets for our fiscal year, and it's more exact than, say, from GUADEC to GUADEC when GUADECs tend to float around a bit. These will be the same numbers that you'll see in our annual report and in our tax returns. Functional expenses for fiscal year 2020. If you're not familiar, functional expenses is a nonprofit term to classify spending in these 3 categories to show efficiency. So expenses are either categorized as programs, management in general, or fundraising. So all the money that was spent in the entire fiscal year is split into one of these 3 categories. So as you can tell, about 75% of our funds go into our programs, which is everything Melissa and I have talked about up to now. About 15% go into management in general. That category is for maintaining the foundation. So like paying for our mailbox, our voicemail, filing paperwork to stay compliant, and essentially things to make sure that the foundation keeps running. And then the last 10%-ish is fundraising. So that is to help us make all the funds so that we can spend it here for everything you see. So on the next slide, we will show splitting up the functional programming expenses. So if you like, when we go back, like this section here, this blue section is what this pie chart. I lost my mouse, sorry. is what this pie chart is. So this is the same 75%. Of that, about a third of our programming expenses, or actually a third of all our total expenses, and about half of our programming expenses is on conferences and events. About 15% of our expenditures is on GTK, another 15% on infrastructure. About 11% was spent on the Community Engagement Challenge, and then the last 2%-ish was on outreach. But if you remember, as I mentioned earlier, that conferences and events are really outreach as well. So I don't want you to think we minimize outreach. It's just most of it is spent via conferences and events. Slide. So funding sources. Where we get our money from is from grants, conferences or event sponsorships, advisory board fees, and individual and small business donations. We always talk about all these things. It's hard to know exactly where the money's coming from. So I have created this bar graph so that this should help make things clear. You can see, like in 2016 and 2017, before we got the Endless grants, our income streams were a bit lower. Once we received the Endless grants for the last 3 years, which obviously are, you can see are at the bottom here with the 500,000, we're able to parlay those funds into increasing our income streams from elsewhere as well. Other things of note, last year the conference sponsorships did go down because companies were a little nervous from the pandemic and weren't sure they wanted to sponsor virtual events. I think that's gone back up now. We also did lose some advisory board funding as companies were reshuffled, and some of our advisory board members could not renew. But it's still a healthy amount. And if you can notice that our individual fundraisers, our individual small business donations are much higher than they were back then. Some of it is actually quite a lot of it, I think, are things like our patent fundraiser and other fundraising pushes. So something we should probably note here is that the Endless grants that we've gotten been extremely happy to receive for the past 3 years, it's probably going away this coming year. So we don't have that nice bump at the bottom here for the coming year. So how do we keep our income stream from keep it coming, or so that we can target, or so that we can pay for all the programs? So we've talked about having targeted fundraisers. It works really well when there's an external threat like the patent case, but otherwise it locks our money up into specific categories, and it tends to cannibalize from our general donations. So that while it's a good idea, it doesn't work as well as we hope. So what we really need to do is to find new funding sources. So if you have leads for conference and event sponsorships, please let us know. If you already donate to GNOME and you work for a company that does corporate matching, or ask your company if they do corporate matching. A lot of them do, and it's a great perk for them to offer their employees. We've seen an uptick of folks who have been able to match their funds, but there's definitely a lot of room for growth there. There is extra paperwork that is involved, and I'm happy to work with you. There's some folks who went from a monthly donation, they wanted to do it all in one lump sum per year, so that it's easier to match, because filing once every year is easier than 12 times, and I'm really so happy to work with you to make that happen. During fundraisers, if we have appeals, if GNOME is important to you, please spread the word. Friends and family care about what you care about, right? So if you care about something, maybe they'd be willing to help donate and keep it going. So summing up, we've discussed our foundation's mission. We talked about the programs that we work on to work towards this mission, and we talked about our income stream to fund this work. So if this is your first time you looked at our work through the lens of a nonprofit foundation, I hope we helped you see the foundation from our point of view. And if you are a nonprofit specialist and have ideas of how we can match our programs with funding streams, let's have a chat. If your company have funds, if you or your company have funds and you're inspired by our mission and our programs, let us know. we would really love to talk to you. So that's it from us. Do you have anything to add, Melissa?
You know, just that the foundation is such a nimble organization. We can come up with ideas and ways to help spend your money. If you would like to donate and support to us, we have a lot of internal support and we have a lot of creative ideas. So you don't necessarily need to come with us with the idea. We can work with you to help identify a program that's going to be the best fit for you and your organization. So, you know, let's definitely chat. Don't hesitate to reach out. And you know, as a nonprofit, we're always looking for more and more money.
Yes. I think, does anyone have any questions? Let's see the shared notes section. There's no questions right now, so Melissa, do you see the question from Alan in the shared notes? I can read it to you.
Oh, I don't actually. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. No. It's fine. He just asked, is there anything from the community challenge that particularly excited you?
Oh, you know what? I'm really looking forward to the next one. But we'll need, but we need a sponsor. So putting the word out now that I'd love to do another one. Maybe target a different challenge this time. So last time we challenged, you know, supporting beginning coders, but would love to maybe find a team or a proposal or a project that supports accessibility or something targeting the older generation. There's so many opportunities and so many ideas, but would love to do something now and, you know, maybe have it in a winner announced at GNOME Asia. But that's just what I'm really excited about for the future. For the challenge itself, I really appreciated the number of countries that participated. We had 38 different countries participate, and we had multiples from each country. But again, I'd love to see more countries next time participate. We had a lot of people that did submit projects, just really excited about it. And it was really nice to see the GNOME community come together to support the different projects that were submitted and to really sort of rally behind them. So that was a lot of fun as a new person to the community to see that kind of support.
I think we're running out of time, and I don't think we have any more questions. Is there anything else? All right.
You can always email or reach us on social.
Yes. Contact us if you have any more questions. Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Everyone, give me 1 second to get my presentation up. All right, there it is. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining me here on the last talk of the 2 main days. I'm gonna try to keep this brief, keep it under the 25 minutes, because I know we all have screen fatigue from virtual events. And anyway, this talk is about keeping people engaged, and I want to make sure not to lose my engagement from you. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Sean. I am Sean M on most GNOME services, on Twitter, various other places if you want to follow me or look me up or whatever. And this talk is called Discovery Docs, about an initiative that I'm sort of kickstarting here. So I'm going to start with just a real quick history, and I'm going to be super brief on this. But back in my day, I started getting involved with GNOME almost 20 years ago now. And I've been involved with the documentation the entire time, writing it, doing tools, sometimes working on kind of building the community and stuff. Back in the day, we wrote, these long manuals, and they had these very formulaic sections that had stuff like to open a file, click File Open, which is super not helpful, with long section numbers like section 5.2.1.3.6. And our tooling was terrible. It was the help viewer was super slow. It'd be a minute before you'd even see help, and we had no web presence. So we changed everything, and we went to this very topic-oriented approach. We did this around the GNOME 3 timeline. We actually started a little bit before GNOME 3, but GNOME 3 was when it all very much took off. And so we have this very kind of, it's a radically topic-oriented system. It has no linearity to it whatsoever, which frees us up for a lot of content organization stuff. And the topics that we put in there, traditionally we have focused on simple tasks and some concepts and some occasional reference material. And this task concept reference triad is very common in the tech writing world. And so we've used that. And our help system doesn't enforce that you have to use those things, but that's been the approach we've taken. And we've really designed it around answering very quick questions and getting out. The idea that you as a user, you just, you hit a stumbling block, you want to get past the stumbling block and move on. You don't want to spend time looking at the documentation. And there's a lot to that, right? If that's the use case you have at the moment, then that's what you want, right? You don't want to sit and read a long manual when you just want an answer to a question. But I had a realization. Really, it's built up for the last couple of years, but it's really been the last couple of months that I've thought about it a lot. And so for a little more background here, I work for Red Hat, and I work in the open source program office. And I actually don't work on GNOME for Red Hat very often. But I get to work with a whole lot of other open source communities, and one of the things that I do is I help those open source communities with their documentation, with the plan, with the implementation, with the communities, whatever it takes. And I like to sit down with them and form a content strategy. And it's not a huge content strategy. I don't expect to turn a bunch of open source hackers into professional content strategists overnight. But forming some strategies so that you have some, so you're informed going forward on what kind of docs to create and how to present them. It's better than just doing a plain brain dump. And so, of course, we go through personas and user stories and user goals. But I also like to address the project goals. So the user has their goals, and of course, you want your users to accomplish their goals. But as a project, you have goals. For your users, you want experienced and enthusiastic users. Enthusiastic users are more likely to stick around if they feel very attached to your software. You, as an open source project, you want to turn some of your users into contributors. Your user base, especially your enthusiast user base, is your potential contributor pool. So that's one of your project goals, is creating a pipeline for contributors. And so what I've realized in doing this kind of content strategy exercise for a number of projects is that the project goals for documentation should always include some level of engagement. And so my realization is a syllogism. The first premise is that documentation should focus on engagement. It's not the only focus. Of course, documentation needs to inform and instruct, but engagement should be one of the focuses. Of course, engaging the users is part of an outreach effort. It's what outreach teams, outreach communities do for a project. And therefore, documentation is outreach. And this is really my main point. I've kind of buried the lead on slide 10, so I'm going to make it like big with a hashtag, documentation is outreach. This is my main theme of everything I'm talking about. Everything else in here is just details of how we approach documentation differently when we look at it as part of our outreach strategy. So now what do we do? And I mentioned that, you know, a lot of our docs are these really bite-sized tasks, which can be good at answering a quick question if people come there for that question instead of going to Reddit or Stack Overflow or wherever. But they're not terribly engaging. They don't draw you in. They don't keep you in. They don't encourage you to learn more about the system, about the software, about the community. So I'm proposing moving a lot of our topics towards a topic type that I'm kind of hesitantly calling a lesson. And it's not exactly like a lesson in a lot of like really strict taxonomies, but I never care much about strict taxonomies. So it's the word I'm using. And the idea is it's a more learning oriented piece of material, something that you would read in maybe 7 or 8 minutes, as opposed to the like 30 seconds to a minute it would take to get in and out of a task. Not looking at half-hour sessions here, but like 7 minutes is something somebody can read to learn something cool. And so start them out with a summary, a bullet point, nicely formatted bullet point summary. And that still allows people to get in and out really fast, which is, I think, is an important benefit of our current documentation. You can see right from that summary, like, am I in the right place? Is this addressing what I want to learn, what I want to do? And in some cases, the summary could even provide enough information that an experienced user could look at that and go, oh, that's where it is, right? Like you say, such and such feature is in blah, blah, blah. And they don't even have to read the rest if they're experienced enough. And then adding some sort of splash image for many of these. You're not always going to be able to do it. But if you look at tech journalism or something, right, you see articles and they always have some sort of imagery at the top. And preferably, this is documentation, so we want it to be an informative, somewhat illustrative image. But having some sort of image, it draws you in, it engages the user, it looks nice, and looking nice is important. So following that, and this is where we'd kind of merge, right? Where previously maybe we would have a bite-sized concept and a bite-sized task, and then a little reference over here, and 5 more tasks that are kind of related. In this case, we had started out with all of the conceptual information, or at least all the conceptual information you need to get started. There could be further information, but all the stuff we'd want to front load. And then if there's some sort of main task, turning something on, using something, present that right there. So all within the same lesson, we're presenting the concept, the task. In some cases, the lesson is going to be more of a quick reference. So you have conceptual information and then maybe a short reference table or something. And then further sections where you might have some other tasks, related tasks you might want to do that also flow out of that same conceptual information. Maybe further conceptual material that you didn't need to front load, and maybe even some advanced info. And advanced stuff is something that we've struggled with in our current documentation. So this is something like anything where you'd need to touch the command line or edit a config file is certainly advanced. Things like that, if we throw them into our existing help structure as standalone topics, then people are likely to stumble on them and then not be happy about where they stumbled on, right? Because it scares them off. So if we can include them within this larger lesson system, but bury them down where they're not the first thing after you click a link, that can help a lot. And so there's further information that can be in further sections. Those sections could even be, collapsed under like, expandery things, whatever. So that's the basic idea of the lesson as a topic type that can drive this. And I just going to give a few pictures here. I mentioned the kind of the splash image, and I wrote a series of blog posts, which I encourage you to read if you're interested, where I go into this a little bit more. But this is one example of if you had a lesson about the compose key for typing, say, accented characters. There was recent work in GTK of providing visual feedback for the compose key, which is really cool. And so I threw this together. It's not very well done because I'm not good at making graphics, but the idea is to just kind of show visually, you press compose and then you see this, you press compose and you press the tick and you see the accent there, and then you press the A and you see the actual character. So visually showing you the sequence of what you're doing and what will happen in a splash image. And then you would go into explaining what a compose key is, your simple task to enable it, maybe a reference then of the key sequences you could do. So that's one example. Another example is with workspaces. Workspaces are something, there's no real task to it. It's a conceptual thing to understand what workspaces are. People coming from other environments maybe have no sense of it whatsoever. So this image is taken straight from the GNOME Tour app that loads up when you first load GNOME. And I love this image because it's not a screenshot, right? But it really encapsulates kind of what workspaces are, what you would use them for. You can kind of just see right there, like, oh, okay, so I'd keep all of my stuff for doing image manipulation over on this one, and then all of my stuff for music or whatever on this one. So it gives you a real sense of what you would use workspaces for. So if you had a lesson that explained workspaces, something like this has a really nice visual splash to it in the beginning, and it also illustrates the concepts. And then like these images, if you had something about, this is for switching the way workspaces work with secondary monitors, which I think is something that's still in flux in the designs, but these images were taken, I think I just lifted them straight from Alan Day's blog. But they can illustrate what the two different modes are for how workspaces behave with your secondary monitors. So using these kinds of images look nice, but also illustrate the concepts that you're explaining. Moving on from the idea of lesson as a topic type, I would propose that we also address the writing voice that we use. Now, our current voice in our documentation is certainly not, it's not stuffy, so it's not like we're writing with the hypothetical, one instead of you or something. We are using the second person, but we don't, we use the second person, but I don't think we necessarily talk to the user as a human being. So I would propose that we move to a more casual writing voice, and this is something that we should probably flesh out within a style guide and give good examples on. But largely using the kind of tone you would use in a semi-professional blog post. Maybe not the tone you'd use in your personal blog, depending on the tone you use in your personal blog. But very much something where you're addressing the reader directly. You're talking to them as if you're just kind of sitting down over a cup of coffee and explaining something, but not including all the ums and uhs that I've said for the last 10 minutes, right? And I like this idea of writing something that's enjoyable. And I've kind of, with my documentation work, I'm used to writing in a deliberately boring writing style. But I think if you write boring copy, I think that it bores a lot of people to write that way, and people will be bored reading it. It works maybe for conveying information quickly, but it doesn't necessarily work for keeping people engaged. And so I think you should enjoy writing, and I think if you enjoy the writing, then people will enjoy the reading. And also the visual presentation matters a lot, and this is somewhere where we've started to fall behind. We kind of fall behind, and then we catch up a little, and we fall behind again, and we're on a fall behind trend right now. So we really need to retool and redesign our help.gnome.org website, which I'll show a little bit more in a second. And I've also kind of been noodling around with this idea of is help even the right word at this point? If we're changing changing the kind of material that we're presenting, maybe learn is the right word. Maybe it should be learn.gnome.org. Maybe the help app should be maybe help and learning or something, or the items and menus maybe should say learn instead of help. That might better convey what we're creating. But then also, you know, we have our help is presented online and it's shipped locally. And underneath it's using some of the same tooling, of course, much different glue and orchestration, but a lot of the same tooling. And you know, as it stands right now, I'm basically the only person who knows his way around that tooling. It's all XSLT, which is, you know, it's purpose built for this purpose, but it doesn't have a lot of uptake. And so I have toyed around with doing all the document formatting in JavaScript with Mustache templates and Sass for the CSS. And it's promising, and I think it can work, but it'll be a substantial lift to actually get it production ready and to feature parity and stuff. So I can't make promises on that, and I don't know where that's going to go. But regardless, it would be nice to have to take steps to make it easier for people with web design experience and people who are keeping up with design trends to be able to come in and work on the design of the documentation. Because otherwise it bottlenecks at people who understand the current technology stack, and that's a very tight bottleneck. Oh, and here's I mentioned there is work on redoing the help.gnome.org, and this is kind of the current work in progress, like a snapshot of what it would look like if it happened to deploy right now. So moving on to engagement. And this is, I would have a meme of Picard saying engage right now if I weren't worried about copyright. So one of the things I've talked about this a lot on and off in the past. I don't like the blind help targets that we have in our menus. And again, I kind of like the word learn better, but I would like to have the help or the learning presented in a way that people can see what's available and encourages people to learn so that we can create enthusiastic people, right? When you just see an item that says help, what's that going to do? You know, is it going to turn on tooltips? Is it going to bring up a big manual? Is it going to make a paperclip show up on your screen and start talking to you? You don't know, right? So, and so one of the things I've toyed with is these help popovers, which actually kind of present to you what help actually exists, and hopefully it's actually helpful to you. This is one idea. I'd love to hear different ideas or whatever, but it is certainly somewhere where I want to do a better job of presenting what material there is for people to learn from. But then, of course, everything is also on the web, and the web is very important, it turns out. And so, you know, we publish stuff on the web, and let's say we have all these new lessons with this kind of casual, really cool writing style and a whole new visual presentation, so it all looks really sharp and it pops, right? But then we'll just like stick it in a barrel and put it on a shelf, and no one will look at it. And so if you look at, you know, tech journalism or the blogosphere or vlogs, whatever, you don't just publish an article Friday at 5 p.m. and then go home and go to bed, right? That's ridiculous. You set up a schedule for promoting it, for getting the stuff out there, for getting the stuff in front of people's eyeballs. And so we should meet the people where they are, which I learned in the AGM today. Apparently on the socials is the thing to say if you're young and cool, which I'm not. But, you know, we could set up a Twitter account, for example, that just periodically posts from a schedule of really cool learning material that we want people to learn from. And if you are interested in learning more, then you follow that. And I actually think you can take that approach also between both user docs and your developer documentation. And maybe that's two different accounts because it's two very different audiences. But finding ways to promote the material that you're teaching so that people can learn from it, I think is a very, very important step for us to take to be more active in actually engaging people in our learning material. So that's all I have. Thank you for joining me. And again, you can follow me on the socials at Sean M. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I can take questions or not. Oh, I see there's shared notes. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting used to presenting in a virtual environment. So Al is asking if I'm familiar with the TIPS apps on Android and iOS. And no, I'm not. So is that built in? Is that something I should play with for the rest of the day? How many people are working on GNOME user docs actively? That's a super good question, and it's something that fluctuates a lot. So historically, we've done, we used to be on a cadence of doing 2 Hackfests a year. It kind of slowed down to 1 Hackfest a year. And then obviously we haven't done any in the last, year and a quarter or so because COVID. And a lot of the active contributions happened during those Hackfests. I think nobody that works on GNOME docs is working on it as their job. Maybe Petter, but that might be part of his job, but I know he has a whole lot of other stuff that he does at Red Hat. So maybe he spends 10% on GNOME as part of Red Hat time. So it fluctuates so much. And I think it's been at times as many as maybe 10 at the most. And at times it's just a couple of people. So right now there's maybe 3 or 4 people who are even kind of looking through GitLab and just trying to get through some pull requests and stuff. Is there a risk that docs written in a less neutral, less boring style will age more quickly and need more maintenance? Yes. So all of this is absolutely a trade-off, and I think there's an increase in the amount of maintenance work we would need to do. I also think maintenance would be a little bit more fun. So hopefully that would increase the number of people that'd be interested in doing it. And then badges. Treat Complete gives badges when using new parts of the app. And would that work to do any sort of badges? Maybe, and that should totally go through the design team. I could imagine a system with badges, and I know that for some kinds of apps like gamification and using badges works really well. And I think for other kinds, it's super annoying. And so if there were some kind of gamification, any sort of badge system, then working in learning material into such a badge system, I think makes sense. But I wouldn't introduce one necessarily just straight from the docs. So if anyone's interested in that, go talk to the design team because they're smarter on that subject than I am. And are there any projects online that can act as an example? I don't have anything ready. I've kind of gone through a number of different kind of facets to this initiative, and so I could go through and find examples of specific things. So if I want to talk about, say, an example of a writing style, a more casual, fun writing style. I would give Learn You Some Haskell for Great Good, which is the greatest programming instruction book ever written. And it's humorous and fun and lighthearted, and maybe more humorous than I would go with for GNOME. but it's a great example of a really lightly written style of prose for a, for most people, fairly difficult language to learn. Examples of things, I could find many examples probably of things that have a better visual presentation than we do right now. Examples of things that are actively promoting on social media. I don't have any off the top of my head, although I'm sure somebody's doing it. So, any more questions? Looks like no. So
Thank you so much, Sean, for your presentation.
thanks, Christy.
So everybody here in the track 2, at track number 1, we'll have the cooking class in, I think, a little bit more than 30 minutes. Sri will be the host of the class. So see you at track 1. Thank you.